Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You're the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? It's the Monday edition of the stream. We're back. It's been a little while. I was a little bit unsure about whether I was saying that right. How many weeks has it been since we've done like a proper clean week of streaming? I feel like it was like the 20th, the 19th of September. It's now the 13th of October. It's almost been a month since we've had like a proper streaming schedule. So pretty crazy. Welcome back everybody in chat. Thank you so much, Eyes, for the most recent sub, and Tusker for the most recent follow. I would love to regale you with I guess my week of what happened at Melbourne International Games Week. It was a really big week. I got a little sick in the middle of it, but luckily seemed to recover okay. You can still hear I'm a little nasal, but it's not bad. Like, I'm breathing okay. It's just like residual whatever. It was a huge week. Before we get too deep into it, I just want to talk about very quickly what the agenda is for today. So technically we have our first Insignia team meetings for Chapter 2 coming up today on stream. So that's going to be at 2 p.m., which is about 40 minutes from now. We've got our team stand-up, and we're also doing our animation team sync as well. We've been quietly working on Chapter 2 for a little bit, although I haven't been like full-time on it. So we've got everybody back from Chapter 1. And yeah, for now, that's all. Although I am considering very heavily bringing one or two other people onto the production. It's something that we probably need to just validate and just talk about as a team, you and me included, chat. Just in terms of like what, realistically, how well we can balance the schedule. I guess we could just start chatting about last week, and that'll sort of dovetail into this conversation. So, oh, that doesn't have our little hello. There we go. It was a crazy week last week. Like, hang on a second. Does overlay with chat have the chat in it? It does. Okay, for whatever reason, it didn't show up. Hey, Mojo Jojo, when do you think you'll release the game? Oh, you loved it. Thank you so much. I will release it not this year and not next year. Morning, Jax Unicoder. So let me just sort of, I'll set up the scene. So we came off the back of, we were in LA in the last couple of weeks of September, and we spent a lot of that time really just, I guess, focusing on Towers of Mordoria. I had a really great collab with the Terminal team, including Primogen and TJ, Ed, who is low level, Bash Bunny, the rest of them. You guys know who I'm talking about. We had a great time then. And I sort of knew that Melbourne Games Week was coming up, and I knew that a lot was happening, but I couldn't really afford to think about it because it was so, we were so busy, and it was such a valuable thing to just be doing the Terminal stuff. There was some rumblings here and there about like potentially supporting Insignia's development, and that was really great for me because going into Melbourne Games Week, the kind of highlight of my week, and I can show you kind of what the week looked like. So this was my schedule, and the highlight of my week was basically this event right here called Play Now. Play Now is it's an invite-only event that basically small developers or developers who are looking to meet with publishers put their names in a hat. The publishers look at all the names and say who they want to have meetings with. If you don't get any meetings, you don't get invited to the event. If you do get meetings, then you get a schedule. So the whole week of Melbourne Games Week and GCAP was kind of working up to this event, and I'll get to that in a second. So I sort of went into the week thinking about like, okay, I've got options here funding wise for Insignia. Like, I know that there are things that we can do even as a community to sort of fund the development that don't revolve around us selling the IP. And that gave me a lot of courage sort of going into the pitches. Now, Melbourne Games Week itself was, it kicks off with GCAP, which is a convention, a conference. So there's a conference and then a convention. It's very typical. GDC is very similar. So the conference, GCAP, is mostly, game developers networking, sharing information. There are talks, there are keynote speeches, there are lots of mixer events to just like chat and meet other people. And there are also a lot of satellite events. So FreeCon, which I think is a pun for like free con, is like a counterculture conference where it's just for one day and it's on the same day as GCAP, but in a different location, it's a bit anti-establishment. They're trying to like pull people away from the convention. I didn't go to it, though I had a ticket. I refunded the ticket. So I put the ticket back in the pool, not that I purchased one, but so that someone else could go. But nonetheless, I went to GCAP the 3 days. I spent a lot of time networking, met some really cool people, saw some cool talks. It was fun. It was good to just be there. Then at the end of GCAP is the AGDAs, which is the Australian Game Developer Awards. This was a really special night for me because, well, there's a few things. On Tuesday afternoon, I started getting like a scratchy throat, and I'm like, shaking hands with people all day. I'm thinking a lot about Thursday. I'm very tired. I'm not getting the best sleep that I want. My CPAP machine, the travel version that I took with me, was doing some weird thing where it was leaking a lot of air. And that meant I wasn't getting the right sleep that I was supposed to be getting. And it was waking up my wife a lot. Apparently, you're not supposed to wash it. At least there's a portion of the machine, near the mask of this travel version, where if you wash this one specific like valve, it loses pressure. And they don't tell you that. Like, I had to go and find another place that sells that valve to like replace. Anyway, so I wasn't getting great sleep, shaking a lot of hands, a lot of viral load, and I was starting to feel like a scratchiness behind my nostrils, behind my sinuses, when I swallowed, and I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. I'm going to be sick. Like, this is unavoidable. So the AGDAs was like the Wednesday night, and I'm starting to feel this on Tuesday night. So I kind of skipped most of GCAP on Wednesday. Was feeling okay. I took some medication. Like, I was sort of just not speaking much, just keeping it really light Wednesday, and also preparing for Play Now. Then I was feeling good enough to go to the AGDAs, so I went. It was a really fun night, and I think it's like so important for a community and an industry to come together and celebrate what they're about. I got to see one of my favorite upcoming indies win like 5 awards. They almost swept. It was crazy. That's The Drifter. The Drifter is a point-and-click adventure game made here in Australia. It is a pixel art point-and-click adventure with awesome art, like incredible art. I was really happy to see it win, and it gave me a lot of like energy to go and work on Insignia. So, hey Kanji V, welcome. So we left the AGDAs pretty early. I didn't stay very long because I knew my Play Now was going to be a crazy event. I can now show you what my Play Now schedule looked like. I think I can show it to you. This was like, I think the most packed that anybody who attended Play Now had. Let me show you what I dealt with. I think I can show you this. I don't think it's a problem. Check this out, chat. This was my schedule for Play Now, okay? I don't know anybody who had... This was 9 meetings, back-to-back, all day Thursday with publishers. 10:30 a.m., Silver Lining Interactive. 11 a.m., Devolver Digital. 11:30, Thunderful Games. 12 o'clock, Kepler Interactive. 1:30, Fellow Traveler. 2 o'clock, P-Cube. 3:30, ID at Xbox. 4 o'clock, Ultra Players. 4:30, Outer Sloth. This was like... I've never even... Like, we had a hit list of, like, publishers that one day Insignia would be put in front of, hopefully, if I managed to get to the right email addresses and beg them to meet with me and blah, 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 blah. You know, going to GDC, like, was about trying to meet even just one of these publishers. And I didn't get to meet any of these publishers on this list at GDC. That said, the publishers that I just rattled off, like Devolver, Kepler, Thunderful, they weren't even, like, I didn't think I'd ever meet them on the road of Insignia releasing. I just didn't think they'd ever pay me any mind. So to pitch to them directly was like scary, so scary. I was like in this like heaven and hell, you know, bipolar emotional space of like feeling that Insignia is doing great. We don't need things to go any specific way. We don't need a publisher to like give us a bunch of money. And on the other hand, it's like, this is huge. This is massive for Insignia. Like like how could I not be nervous about this? Because this could change the course of the whole development. So, I mean, I polished the crap out of my little pitch as much as I could. Like, on one hand, I was like, I don't want to tailor what I'm saying too much to each publisher. I kind of just want to be me, because that's going to, you know, if the fit is right, being me is the only way we're going to find out if that's the case. Otherwise, like, if I'm just being a salesman and just saying all the things that I think they want to hear, that's not necessarily going to be right for the opportunity down the line. It might mean that we run into issues that we wouldn't have run into because we were being too nice to each other in the beginning. So I was very straight up and down about, like, we had 20 minutes every meeting. I spoke with some of these, like Devolver, I spoke with 3 people at this, like there were 3 of them and 1 of me. I handed one person a controller and I chatted to the other 2. And we had basically, I structured it so that I would have like 10 minutes to show them the deck and 10 minutes to play the game and chat. So when there was more than 2 people, it was kind of easy to do that. When it was less, or even one person, like I met Chloe at Xbox, it was just her when I met her. So having her play the game, or even having me play the game while having a conversation, was actually kind of difficult, because the game is, you know, it's very pretty and it's like we're playing on these big TVs right in front of the desk. So it was very easy to get distracted. To be clear, this event was an introduction to each of these publishers. Like the expectation is that I would send them something, or they would email me, and then we start a conversation from here. It's not that as a result of these conversations, we get a publishing deal. So, like, I was feeling good. I thought I did a good job of representing the game and where we're at. I thought I gave a very strong kind of... I pitched a very clear pitch, which I think was basically something like this. I think Insignia, as an IP, is stronger than just the game. I really think that the world of Insignia, the characters, the story, are much, much more what people will be excited about beyond the game's release, you know, and even leading up to it. I think, like, for the game to do well commercially, people need to understand where the love is, or where the lovable parts are and where the exciting parts are. It's the kind of game that you'll play once and maybe you don't play it again, but you remember it well. Maybe you play it again because you want to spend more time in that world, not because the game has necessarily like New Game Plus and you need to try to beat all of the things, right? It's the world is a big part of it. For me, thinking about where I started, that's where I started. I started with world characters. I didn't start with game mechanics. So what I pitched was basically like this. I said, this is what I care about. This is what we need just to get over the line. Sorry, let me restart that. This is what we need to just get over the line. If a publisher deal is just about getting the money we need to release the game, I don't know if a publisher contract is right for us. I think that a larger ask where a publisher is invested in the kind of marketing campaign we're trying to run, in building up the production the way that I'm trying to run it, and particularly around me as a content creator and key creative on the project, those things are kind of important. Like, I'm sort of inseparable from this project, and helping leverage the audience, you guys, the Pixel Pals, that we've already got, like leading towards release, it would be great if we had like a documentary, where we're actually talking more about, the making of the game, or if the streams were able to be bigger, or if we were able to do merch or vlogs that were about like specifically just the game's world. Like just more, even like things like art books, like preparing the game to be, not even preparing the game, but building the game into something that has a culture around it, I think is the path to the game property succeeding or the business succeeding. I think that's the business case. Like, at least when it comes to a publisher. Because otherwise, like, I could just go, reach out to somebody who I thought would be interested in supporting me, getting, a reasonable amount of money and just releasing it on my own time. And I'm probably going to do half of that other stuff anyway. Like, I don't think it's valuable to ditch Indie Tales just to get Insignia out the door. To me, Insignia and Indie Tales they go together. Building Indie Tales and building Insignia is sort of like the same thing. And, by extension, even the Adam C. Eunice thing, like, that's kind of how I pitched it anyway. Like, and maybe I think there was a degree to which I kind of made it hard for them to buy into that, because, it's a lot more of an involved ask than just saying, hey, here's the money we need. Here's the game we're making. Give us the money. This was kind of like highlighted by, I'm not going to speak details about the conversations or how they went, but the last meeting that I had of the day was with Outer Sloth. If you know Outer Sloth, if you don't know Outer Sloth, you might know Inner Sloth, who made Among Us. I was speaking to the developer from Among Us. They have a publishing arm now. And as a developer and publisher, the person that I spoke to was I could probably say his name. His name's Forrest. Forrest was like very direct with me about like what I was building and whether a publisher is even a good fit. He was basically saying like, do you need a publisher? Like, do you even need the money? Because if you get a publisher, like, you're going to get caught into that loop that a lot of studios get into, which is, you make the game, you don't make enough from the game to to fund your own studio. You just get enough to pitch to a publisher for the next game. So you'll be stuck working with publishers forever if you start with one. That was the kind of trap that he was trying to steer me away from. And I think both the kind of like hard pitch that I gave and that advice both create this question. The question is something like this. Adam, do you think that self-publishing is something you can reasonably do for Insignia? And do you want to do everything that is involved in that? Where is the line for where Adam wants to be involved in terms of the business? If Adam wants to own all of the business, there's a lot that can be done to grow that business. I was chatting to TJ back in LA. TJ was saying, Adam, you haven't done merch. You haven't done a Kickstarter. You haven't sold any courses on Udemy. You haven't distributed like Scene Graph or anything like that. Like there are lots of little things you could do to create additional revenue streams for the team. That's all true. That also takes a lot of energy. I don't know if this is a road that I'm wanting to walk all by myself. It scares me a lot. At the same time, that's the road I've been walking, and I feel like that is the brightest, that's where the brightest star is if we're trying to navigate Insignia. Because it means that Insignia will be marketed and developed and produced and whatever, shepherded in a way that matches what it's trying to do. Because the alternative is, you know, you throw the most amount of money at the game, and in order to utilize that money effectively, I become a business owner and I don't develop the game anymore. You know, if you wanted to add 20 devs onto Insignia, I'm not going to be one of them at that point. I have to be the manager of the 20 devs. So, of course, there's like a middle ground in there, and there probably is a case where a publisher, the right publisher, comes in, and it could be one of the ones we talked to, and we say, hey, let's just like split it down the middle. Let's mitigate a little bit of risk. Let's not increase the scope a crazy amount. Let's just inject a little bit more money and let the publisher do their typical marketing thing, and it's fine, it's gonna work, and we still do what we're gonna do anyway, and everything goes okay, and we split the revenue. That's like, I think that's actually quite reasonable. And maybe I should have been a little bit more. No, I think I was okay. I mean, I think I said a few times to most of the publishers, like, I've gotten this far by being flexible and open, so I'm prepared to do what you guys think is right. I think what I was hoping to hear from publishers at Play Now that I didn't quite hear was in response to me saying, I'm looking for someone who's looking to meet me where we're at and elevate us. The closest thing I got to that was from Kepler. They seemed very supportive. They seemed like they had a lot of time for us and that they had a lot of patience. Like, as long as we were doing like genre-defining stuff or genre-leading stuff, when the time is right, like they'll be there. That's kind of what it felt like. I met with Cyrus. He was lovely. And in fact, you know, we had a great conversation with P-Cube as well. All of the conversations were really cool. In terms of who I personally think we might work with, it's way too early, if any of these names. So I spent the next couple of days being very anxious about what all of this meant. I actually went to like a Twitch mixer that night, straight after, well, not that night. I actually went to a different Twitch mixer the next night. I missed out on the Twitch mixer that night because I went to Parallels, but I was way too tired to actually enjoy Parallels. I was so tired. Parallels is like a showcase night. It's also conference style, but it's a bit more alternative, a bit more fun. And it's public access. You don't need a GD, you don't need a GCAP pass to get into it. So we did that a little bit and then was passing out because Play Now was actually insane. Like it was like back to back meetings for 8 hours. I barely remember all the conversations because of just how like fight or flight it felt. I barely got lunch. Hey, Lazy Guru. Thank you so much for the sub 78-month streak. Thank you. We're almost at, what's that, 4 years? Not 4 years, 8 years? Getting pretty close. No, 96 would be 8, right? You figure it out. So went to PAX. PAX was great. I mean, PAX is always great. I got to catch up with a lot of indies. And people that I knew from Sydney, people that I had met before in previous years. Met some fans. You know who you are. Hey. It was I mean, the whole week I met so many people who knew who I was and who had enjoyed my content, who were excited to meet me and to have a conversation, get my advice. Like, it was really cool in that regard. Everywhere I go these days, if I go to a game developer space, I feel like there are people that are there who are excited to welcome me to the space, which was really just, I don't take it for granted. It's really, really cool to have that, to be afforded such a privilege. So I went to a Twitch mixer on Friday night after PAX. That was really cool. That was at Free Play, I think it's called. And I met a couple of really cool devs there this was a Twitch partner event, but I met some business owners and devs who make games. And it'll be cool to get their advice moving forward. PAX on Saturday, came back Sunday. Here we are. So there were a few things from, I guess, the last 3.5 weeks that I'm really, really looking to, I guess, things that like sharpened my senses a little bit on what we should be doing with Insignia. And we're going to talk about those very quickly, and then we're going to jump into these meetings. I'm going to split this out into a separate thing. So, directional notes for Insignia post 2025. So, this is just things that I sort of felt, and we'll see if they align with what's above. So some directional notes here. Some of the first one is that, like, the content that I create should shift from today until release towards sharing what makes Insignia special, not just lessons I've learned from developing it, but actually what it is, what I love about it, and what people will love about it. Hey, Squiggy. How's it going? So for me, it's like we need to shift a little bit towards evangelizing about Insignia on the content that I create. This is not just, showing and telling, both, depending on which platform we're in. You know, it could be gameplay clips in TikTok. It could be doing storytelling in YouTube videos. It could be doing lore dumps, or it could be doing art. It could be any of that stuff. But the condition is it needs to essentially be about Insignia, the world of Insignia, the what it is. And not exclusively, like it can also be, we can still do tutorials, we can still do, game dev talks and essays and stuff, but like more of the conversation needs to be about Insignia. Because people don't really know about it. Like, even those of you watching, I think most of you, it's like this, right? If Indie Tales has fans, if this stream has fans, what are you guys fans of? That's the question. If you say watching you, Adam, because I have such a great time chilling out here, that's great. That's not Insignia. If you say, I love your insights in game dev or pixel art, that's awesome. I'm very proud and humbled. Also not Insignia. So when it comes to my role as Insignia's director, that guy, his priority is to bring those fans into the conversation of, hey, you can also be a fan of like the thing that I'm making too. You can also be excited about that. And maybe people who aren't that, you know, who maybe there should be people who are excited about Insignia who aren't even fans of me, right? Just people who just like are excited about what I'm making. But I don't know how many of those there are, because most of what I have been making the last how many years is not really, it's very like education centric. It's very like personal vlogging or expressing my lessons, things like that I've learned. It's more about encouraging people to make games and less about like, hey, this is this beautiful world that I'm making and I want you to get excited about it because I think that it's good content. I think Insignia is friggin' awesome. And I think that'll also help me shape what I'm doing day to day towards working on the game. We're too deep in the piece to be splitting attention and value of what I do every day between either game dev advocacy or Insignia. It needs to be both, or, you know, prioritizing Insignia for the next little while. It can't be, Insignia can't pause at the cost of me developing my audience. That's just not possible anymore. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to start pulling out the stops and firing, lots of metaphors here, the bullets in the marketing chamber to take those, even though they're risks. Okay, I wrote this in the pitch and I'm not sure how valuable it was to do this, but it gives me a lot of leverage in a publisher conversation to say, we haven't done a trailer yet. We haven't done a public demo yet on Steam. We're not in early access. We haven't done any of these things. That makes it look like all of that's ahead of us. And it is a really cool prospect to be in. At the same time, like, I'm not enjoying the benefit of having done any of those things because I haven't done them. All of those things build wish lists. I haven't done those things. Therefore, we aren't building wish lists right now. And I think there is a degree to which, like, being risk averse looks bad. You know, being too risk averse, it means that it looks like I don't have faith in the project, which in a sense, like, what I guess I really didn't have faith in is like whether or not making those risks would be good for the project, like strategically when talking to a publisher. But like, now that I've met the publishers, I've met Devolver, I've chatted with them. Like, I have that relationship with them now. They didn't even ask. Devolver barely asked about wish lists. It might not have come up at all. Do you know who asked about wish lists? The least biggest publishers. So I think me spending too much energy trying to withhold the game from the public in order to make space for publishers or to make space for us to have more leverage, it doesn't work. I think, like, it's just time to be more confident about the game and get more of it out there. That's terrifying for me because a lot of these marketing bullets are committal. You do a release trailer once, you do an announcement trailer once, you do Steam Next Fest once. So it's either we are ready for those or we're not. And if we're not, it's really important that we are able to express why. For me, I think having a demo on Steam would be a good thing. And I think that the game right now, there is no, that demo doesn't exist. I think what we have in chapter 1 is really cool. I think we need the marketing pitch of Insignia needs to be like a half-hour demo that gives you like maybe even like a prologue of like, you know, when you've played like now I don't know if we need this, but just expressing an idea here, like in those games where you start with all of the powers, I basically need a screen, like a game demo where you drop into the demo and you are the most powerful version of what the character can be. And the tutorial is, here's your attacks, here's jump, here's how you use magic, go. 5-10 minutes of gameplay, and it's all of the cool things that Insignia does. It's the parrying, it's the magic system, it's the using abilities. They're all easy, they're all the same inputs. I don't need to teach you 10 different things 10 different ways. I just drop you into sick gameplay and then pull the rug out, leave you with a big question, drop you into chapter 1 for like 20 minutes, and that's enough. Just like show you that the game is sick, show you that the story is going to be slow burn but very dramatic, and then let you go. Something like that is probably what needs to happen. Obviously that's going to take a lot of energy to produce something like that, and I don't really know. But I think what I'm realizing is, as we work on chapter 2, one thing I struggled with when I was demoing to the publishers was I'm taking them through the current demo, and it's like I'm running around a town and they're not seeing what makes the game original. The pitch, I mean, geez. This pitch that I gave, if you think about it, the pitch should also be the demo. They should be the same. The pitch said, here's Insignia. Look at this sick thing you can do in the game. Look at this. Isn't that sick? And then it explains like all of the deeper things about the characters and you gotta let that load up. Like the elevator pitch and what makes the game special come first, because you need to catch people's attention. And then the story and the stakes and the world and all that comes kind of like second. I feel like I felt like my best demos were when a publisher said to me, hey Adam, I'd love to see what end game gameplay looks like. And then I would go to the editor, I literally would go to the editor and I'd go into this scene where you fight the Hunden and I'd show them the combat, like the high level combat. And they would go, oh, wow, that's cool. But like, they weren't gonna say, oh, wow, that's cool, walking through Orinstead. In a way, there was a moment that I had with Devolver that really struck me, and it made me quite self-conscious, but I think it's fine. Like it's not a problem. I said to them, what is it about this project that got you excited to talk to me today? And the response I got was, oh, we liked the pretty pixel art, basically. The thing is, while that's a really great compliment, pretty pixel art is like it's like the first most surface level thing about this game. And if I in a demo only show you pretty pixel art, that's not gonna, I'm underselling what the game is. So in the first 10 to 15 minutes of playing this game, in whatever public context you play it in, if all I do is reinforce the fact that the pixel art is pretty, that's not that there's so much more that you aren't seeing that takes it from pretty game to like, oh shit. And I'm making something that I think is oh shit, you know, like I think that there's space there. Now, we could lower the expectations. Like all of this said, and we've got a meeting in a second, so I'm going to try to jump across to that in a little bit. All of this is to say that Insignia, so 3, we need to know exactly what we want Insignia's focus to be as a product while we do this. Okay? Here's the like the next thing. These 2 pages are really, really critical. This is what I found. I'm saying to the publishers, hey, our game has a really sweet balance between action, exploration, and story. Very few games do this right, and the ones that do are really big. But it's hard to do, and the comps that we have, the direct comps, are down here. There haven't been that many that recently, and the ones that have been doing really well more recently are a little bit, you know, balanced in different ways. When I say that, that's a statement of intent. That's me saying we are doing this thing, even though it's hard, because we choose to, right? And these games, these very successful games, are what we are comparing ourselves to. In order for us to succeed, we have to reach this high target. That doesn't have to be the case. Insignia could be a visual novel, right? Insignia doesn't need a magic system. Insignia, nothing needs to be anything. It's a video game, right? So if there's parts of this game that make it hard to develop, hard to sell, hard to gel with other parts of the game, those parts don't really deserve to be in there, or at least those parts should be subject to scrutiny. So, of course, like, we've been talking about what this game is for a long time, and obviously it's pretty clear what the game is, but we have to be always critical about whether or not certain parts of what we're making should be elevated or minimized. Right? How do we min-max these parts? I was talking to a friend of mine who I was pitching as a producer in those publisher pitches that I had on Thursday. He was asking me, he's always asking me, Adam, what is the game? Do you know what the game is? And that sounds like it sounds rude almost to hear that, because it's like, but what do you mean? It's an action adventure. It's all of this, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, yes, but like, what is the game? You know, like when you pitch it to somebody, what's the part you want them to tell someone else? And for me, like, the balancing these things here can be done more easily if the game is smaller, as small as it possibly could be. And the question of, well, how big should it be at minimum? What's the smallest big size it can be? That's totally up to me. Like, I'm the one who gets to say, we're making a blah, or no, we're not making that. Like, is backtracking important in this game? Are there ways to replay the game that change the way that it plays fundamentally? All of those things, like subtle things that relate to game feel, that aren't really about like, is there a combat system? But it's more like, is the game brutally hard? Is challenge a part of what makes the game special? Or is this just like is it just a vehicle for the story? You know, is combat something that you just do because it's there and it's not supposed to be like hard, because it's supposed to be inviting and engaging? You know, maybe it's more like fun than hard. Those things are like very in flux if you don't have a clear, you know. I mean, yes, of course, Crazy Cowboy. I say Zelda meets Kirby. That's what I say. But I don't think it needs to be that. I mean, well, I should say those two things, the game is not, and the midpoint between those two things is not a point. It's a big area. And it's like, okay, which Zelda games, which Kirby games, how much of Kirby, how much of Zelda? Is it Twilight Princess and Kirby Superstar? Or is it Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild and, Kirby Canvas Curse? Like those, the very specific answers to those questions are things that, again, they're like very subtle things that I have to care about as the game director and designer that will shape how we do a lot of this stuff. It basically means like the difference between, like if I say that, well, the story is good, but it's more about world building than plot. If I say it's more about world building, I shouldn't be making TikToks about character bios. If it's about world building, I should be making TikToks about environments that you go to, or atmospheres. It's a different thing. Link's crossbow training. So like, this is about like fine precision. But the reason why it's so important is we're talking about all this stuff in the prospect of me self-publishing. If I'm going to self-publish, or even if I'm not, even if I'm going to go through a publisher, having the precise answers to these questions, even as I'm directing my team, which we're about to do right now, having the precise answers to these questions is really important. It shapes the whole flavor of the thing. If I can't be consistent with what it is that I'm asking for or building towards, everything's going to be blurrier. It's not going to be as precise of an outcome. And I think we need precision. We need to hit those targets really, really strongly. That's good marketing. All right, we're going to jump into voice chat with the team. Everyone's there waiting for me. So chat, I hope you're ready. This is team stand-up number 1 for Insignia Chapter 2. Jumping in 3, 2, 1.
Brain.
Hello. Hello, Team Insignia. How's it going?
I'm just staring at Marvel Stadium right now.
Oh, yeah? You're in Melbourne?
Yeah, I'm still here a little bit.
When do you come back?
My train is leaving in a couple hours.
Hours.
I'll be back in Sydney tomorrow morning.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go down the list. Well, I'll talk to Elias next. Elias, how have you been since the last time the stream saw any of your work? Since March?
I've been good. Yeah, since March. I guess a lot has happened for me.
Yeah? Tell us about it, if you'd like.
I graduated school.
Congrats.
And thank you.
Congratulations.
And then I had a nice summer, visited family, and now I'm stuck in a rainstorm.
Well, hopefully you're not getting wet. Hopefully you're nice and safe.
Yeah, all dry.
Sweet. Our animator Morgan, how have you been?
Pretty good.
It's good. Any fun news, or just excited to be back into development?
Nothing that springs to mind, but my mind is kind of empty because it's early.
It is early for you. Well, what is it? It's like 11.
It's 11 o'clock.
It's 11 o'clock. I mean,
I'm built different.
So early.
that's okay. There have been periods in every year of mine where 11 o'clock feels pretty early, so no judgment.
But no, I'm really excited to be back.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to have all of you back, including composer Morgan. How's it going?
Yeah. Good, yeah. Yeah, I
Tell us about.
had a good time away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. I got to go to Estonia and meet some of my extended family. While we were there, we actually tried to map out the connection between our like relation, and our common relative is like I think it's my great grandfather or something.
Oh wow.
And then from there, it's branched down to like my grandma and our family, and then their family, and we've like stayed in contact. Well, I haven't, but my grandma has stayed in contact with them. So yeah, it was really cool to meet them and yeah, hear my grandma speaking Estonian, which was super weird, but very cool.
That's awesome. Did you learn any?
Um, yeah, I was trying to learn it while I was there, and I picked up quite a bit. Like I was able to understand some keywords that kept being used.
Mm.
And I tried to like speak some very limited Estonian, but yeah, nowhere near fluent.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know if this is the case. This might be totally false. So everybody watching and listening and hearing me right now is, take this with a massive grain of salt. I think Estonian is like one of those languages that's like way older than most other languages in Europe. I think it's like the closest thing to like the like previous common ancestor that like German and Latin shared. I don't know.
I know it's a Finno-Ugric language, which it's like has the same sort of roots as Finnish.
Mm.
So they're sort of similar, but they're very different to say Swedish or like German or like they're kind of separate from a lot of the other European languages in terms of their relation. But yeah,
cool.
it's interesting.
That's awesome. So, all right, let's talk about chapter 2 of Insignia. So, I guess as a team, there's not like a whole lot that we need to like cover in this meeting. I guess for chat's sake, since we're all right now sort of on the broadcast, chat. I've spoken to each of the team individually about kind of like what the chapter is about, kind of what the timeline we're working within looks like. And everybody on the project has sort of had a bit of a start. Everyone's had at least a couple of tasks delegated, and we've been kind of taking a bit of a break, except for maybe, I think Morgan, the animator, is the only one who's like fully been on since we started. So nonetheless, I've kind of been, as you all know, jet setting about a little bit. So for me, I'm thinking that this is like week 1 in terms of having everybody on, setting a really clear and regular cadence. And from here, I'm hoping we can do just like, regular stand-ups once a week or twice a week, and regular catch-ups with everybody one-on-one. So this week, I think we've got like our animators meetup is a bit later after this call. Again, it's really just more of a, hey, how's it going? Let's sort of find a good direction for what we want to do for the rest of the week. I'm mentally trying to get my head into a headspace where I can be across all of the different things that we're doing. So like our anim team sync, we've got like Luca and Morgan doing character animations, and we will be, I guess, just discussing kind of like what's priority. As usual, I'm the bottleneck here, so I need to make sure I'm delegating the right keyframes and stuff like that so that they have a good runway. Any kind of main characters or scenes that need to be, I guess, that are like load bearing, I need to start kind of like thinking about that in advance. On the sound side, I think Elias has a pretty clear set of tasks. We are mostly working on like updates to the Fmod project, to kind of like a library of sounds, as well as kind of refining some of the work that I was doing in tuning up chapter 1 and the Crucible stuff. I think that's right. please correct me if I'm missing anything in that equation.
Yep.
On Morgan's side, the composer, we're actually doing a little bit more thinking about long-term kind of like almost like themes for specific characters, like villains, thinking a bit more holistically about where the story is going to go and how the music in chapters 1 and 2 should be kind of constructed with the context of where the story is going. You know, music has that great power of being able to lead you towards something, even if you aren't getting the explicit details about it. And so I think we agreed that we were a little bit limited by the fact that in chapter 1, we weren't working with that full context of you know, who are the villains, who are the specific, you know, characters who are the villains, and how do we hint at their stories. So yeah, I think that covers the bulk of it. One little asterisk that I probably should mention is that I'm considering adding like 1 or 2 more resources to the project. I need to do a bit of thinking this week as to whether or not I want to pull the trigger on that, but we might be adding a key artist kind of part-time and an environment artist sort of part-time as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't like got anything set in stone. I've reached out, but I haven't set like a brief or anything like that to them. So we haven't spoken about contracts or timelines or anything. It's more just like, hey, like, would you be interested in working on the project? And then me having to think about like, what would that look like? So everybody in the team, going down from top to bottom, are there any questions, blockers, things that you need to sort of raise for this week so that either I can get to them before our meetings or even help you out in the meantime? Elias.
I think I'm all good. We talked about like I sent you something and you sent back some feedback.
Yep.
And I'm going to send you back the revisions to that feedback soon. So
Awesome.
yeah, everything's clear to me.
Sweet. Luca, how are you doing? I know you're not in the office until tomorrow, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's all right. I think for us, it's mostly what we spoke about previously about it's being more established of what the animations should be like.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we just need to have a bit of a talk about it and think about like the keyframes and the context.
Yep.
Some of the characters are in.
Yep. I'd be happy to put some time in today and maybe even set up a meeting before. I think when's our next? We've got one today, but we might want to move that. Morgan P might agree with us there. If we want to move that to tomorrow or just pick it up on Wednesday, maybe we do just like a very brief one now. If it's just like a few things off the top. Actually, let's do the meeting, but it's not going to be a deep one. We're just going to set a bunch of stuff that I need to do to give you guys a good head start on your stuff for the week.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, I've got time now anyway. It's not like I need to do anything else right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. And Morgan P?
I'm just chugging along with Rekka at the moment.
Yep.
The only thing I really need to know is whether you did want me to do her laugh.
Okay, cool. I'll
Talked about it, didn't confirm.
Yep. I've got some time today to, well, basically the whole stream I'm pretty sure I'm dedicating specifically to chapter 2 production stuff. So yeah, any questions that anybody has right now, I've got the rest of the day to just focus on building runway for you guys. And that can be in like making decisions about certain directions or laying down foundational assets for things that we need to do. So yeah, we can talk about that for sure. I'll help you out with that. Cool. And Morgan R, our composer.
I think last time we chatted, we were sort of setting up work for the dream sequence.
That's right.
So, and I didn't, that was just before I went away. So I haven't had a chance to start that, so that'll be my task for this week, I think.
Cool. Do you have any sort of blocking questions about that you might need a refresher on, or yeah?
I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. Last time we talked, was it right that there's no sort of footage of the gameplay for that section at the moment?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right. I might have a think about what would be a good. So, yeah, I might have a think about what would be a good set of like, what's an efficient way that I can help give you some guidance there. In general, I guess this is like a more speaking now back to chat and to the team. You know, chapter 1, we had a really clear foundation to work from because a lot of that chapter I'd kind of already made a lot of decisions on or had iterated on in the past. Chapter 2 does have a pretty established set of things that are in the scope, but what we don't have as much of is a really clear like visual reference for like specific how do I put it? I just think there's just less that's there already. So as a general, I guess, print like thing that I'd like to see if we can maximize is like, and it might require more communication, it might require just me doing a lot more storyboarding or prep work, but you know, how can we stay really agile and confident about what needs to be made or what we're making in such a way that where I'm not sort of bottlenecking everybody by not having given at least like put together like specific levels, for example. Like, is there a way that we're across the direction of, say, a level or a sequence without that being playable yet? Or maybe the lowest, the first most rough prototype of that needs to be tuned in such a way that they can come together quickly and give us a strong idea about what things are without that stuff taking longer. Efficiency in general is just something that I think in the production it's a big priority of mine. I know last sort of chapter, I kind of right towards the end, especially on the animation side, it got a little bit like me holding the team back a little bit from being able to move at the fastest pace. So yeah, getting that right it's a huge priority of mine. And please, if you guys are, if you can, just be mindful of like when things might be slowing down or if things aren't quite right, just sing out and I'll try to see if I can make it ameliorate that process, I guess, or make that a bit faster. So yeah, as we go, cool. Definitely general sentiments to recap, like as we do the chapters, it might be harder to, there's just going to be less context. So yeah. I guess for chat, what I would say is that like, one of the ways that I'm trying to help with this is giving the team more context about the story. So having them be across the story. We've done meetings in the past, in the last month, of just like talking through what is going to happen in the chapter. And I think having you all be, the fact that you've all done at least one with me now, I feel like maybe we'll just be faster in any case and we'll need a little bit less. But got to be really mindful about that. We may even have a separate producer come into the mix by the time we're on chapter 3. But there are some business directional things that I don't know if everyone was watching earlier on in the stream, but based on some meetings that we had last week at Play Now, there might be some things might be growing or shrinking depending on how things are going. So we'll talk about that in the future. Sorry for the massive ramble just then, but hopefully that's valuable context for everybody.
No, that's good. Always appreciate all the work you do. I know it's a lot to juggle. All us little guys in the team.
Yeah, it's a lot, and there's like actually insane levels of like swing in terms of like the things that could happen for the project and the things that might not happen, or like at the least potential and the most potential are like incredibly far apart right now, but they're all kind of likely. So just I will work as hard as I can to be the suspension in this car from you guys, the passengers, so that you're not feeling all of that chaos. But yeah, if it is, you know, leaking through and it's affecting how you're able to do your roles, then yeah, let me know. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm happy with that as our first little kickoff. If anyone has anything they'd like to share or say or complain about, now's your time. I'm going to give you 10 seconds, and then we'll kick off to animation.
My shoes have been killing me. No, that's all my complaining.
It's all Adam's fault.
Send them over. I'll fix them. Cool. All right.
Part-time indie dev, part-time cobbler.
Cobbler. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll catch you all throughout the week. Morgan, P, and Luca, you can stay on and we'll chat about animation.
See you guys.
Cool.
See ya.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya. Hey, okay, animation time. Let's talk. So, I guess off the top, thank you, both of you, for being very proactive in this kind of like early phase of the project. I'm going to switch my stream to showing our production doc. So for those of you in chat, just a bit of context, this is kind of how we're doing animation production this chapter. Still using Figma. Long term, we might have to end up going to something like Notion. I feel like so far this is looking pretty good, but the management side, I don't know if it's going to get a bit too cumbersome. I personally like how visual it is, but yeah, we'll see.
It's kind of visual.
Yeah, I like being able to scroll out and see everything from the bird's eye, and I know that Notion, you know, fishing through documents might make that harder to do. So
Yeah, I do like the Figma format for sure. It's nice to work with.
cool.
Yeah.
All right. So straight off the top, I'll say, yeah, I will like admit to the scopes that you guys have already. Like I have maybe like a 30% confidence in, like I guess I would say I'm confident in about 30% of what's here in terms of like you guys having enough to go on to produce something that would meet the brief that I would want to set. So what that means is I have like a lot of work to do in just validating and then giving clear direction on each of this work. So I've got in my own internal production calendar a big red alarm bell around like animation, because I know how expensive it is, I know how hard you guys work, and I know that I haven't been like super across it. So that's me just putting my hand up and saying, hey, this is if you are struggling at all, I'm definitely accountable for some of that. That said, luckily today we have a lot of opportunity to set some of that up. So I guess I'm not going to let you have a chance to speak just yet. One more thing for chat. General principles for this chapter. So you guys both know this, but just since we're doing it sort of live, there are a couple of things that I guess is just good to like kick off with. The first is just how we're t-shirt sizing a lot of the animation for this chapter. So we're doing this points based, and we've got like animations that are worth 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points, depending on the complexity. We have guidelines around how to approach those and like sizing them in general. And outside of that, we also have, I guess, a bit of a guiding principle or a heuristic that I've been trying to have us kind of focus towards. And that is this concept of just like having all of the keyframes be really, really strong in this chapter. Insignia chapter 2 has a lot of character interaction, a lot of drama, and knowing that that is the case, I think maximizing how screenshotable the game is a really important thing, and also making the volume feel like it's less bulky, so that we get the most value out of like the least amount of frames is like my priority. So I've taken both Luca and Morgan through just like a little exercise of like, here is the whole screen sized canvas, here is an animation, one animation, here's another where we push the keyframes a little harder. And I think just in general, as we do this whole chapter, I'd love to be thinking really strongly about, how do we push those keyframes so that the silhouettes are super duper readable, that the characters' expressions come out as a priority. Like we sort of build an expression first and then work on the detail, and stuff like that. So I think that the best way to do that, and to give you guys the best chance at giving to give you guys the best chance of your first iteration meeting the briefs, I think me setting really clear briefs is super valuable. And that will mean probably for each of the like main characters in the plot, giving you guys a keyframe to start with, even if it's a low detail one. I feel like that's something that hopefully we should sort of like set as like a cadence. Do you think that's has that been helpful? I know like Morgan, I gave you like a pose for Rekka recently.
Yeah. That was huge.
Awesome. Yeah, I know that it goes without saying, like I've been working on this game for a long time and I've made all of the mistakes. Morgan, I don't even think you were doing pixel art before last year. So it's actually crazy that, you're able to match my stuff. Same thing with you, Luca, like you were mostly doing this kind of stuff amateur. So I think it's just responsible of me to be able to give you guys really clear direction. And it means we have to talk less, we're not sort of chatting back and forth for half an hour about like, using text to try to express like how the subtle differences in A versus B should be, or that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm going to try to give you guys clearer direction. And even like, to be super frank, like we were going through these earlier in the last month, and I was looking at these character poses, and a lot of them I would say, like we all said we liked Rekka as a silhouette, but like I think that almost all of these silhouettes could be way stronger, and so me just like setting that and working towards it, I think is going to help you guys as well. Now, maybe we should try to get to like specific tasks that I'm delegating. So Morgan is on Rekka at the moment, and I think you did a walk, was that right? You're already like midway through that, or I can't remember if we're actually finished it.
I've got like 3 frames left to polish and then it's done.
Okay, so you're at the detail phase. We did an emote and that was pretty much done. I've got maybe like a little bit of feedback for that one.
Yep.
It looks pretty good, but there was just the second last, the smear frame. I was wondering if we could adjust the arm just a little bit, but it's not a big deal. The laugh we have not started, so that's for me to work on.
I have a couple of keyframes for that because I was just fiddling with it.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, feel free to share them. And then the jump and land. So this is where things are going to get really tricky. So I have like, and I think Morgan R was kind of referencing this earlier, like a lot of chapter 2 is going to be, at least so far where we're headed, it's going to be more cinematic, and having the characters be able to be put inside of cutscenes even before we're finished detailing these animations is going to be super critical in minimizing double handling. Like I
agree. Yeah,
I really don't want you guys to have to like put all your sweat, blood, sweat, and tears into an animation, and then like 3 weeks later I say, oh, actually, this needs to be a totally different animation, so we're not even going to use that. That just can't happen. Like I won't let that happen. So Um, right now, like, I think for like there are a couple of different work streams that we can do. Or a lot of the characters will have like an idle, an emote, maybe a walk cycle, and it's easy, low-hanging fruit for us to churn those out now and just talk about like generally this character feels this way or acts this way, and so context free we can just get those out of the way. But a lot of these other ones towards the bottom of these sheets, like the jump and land for Rekka, for me, that's me thinking about how she enters and exits a scene. If she like jumps down out of the top of the screen or something and lands, that's like a dramatic entrance that I can have her do, and it means that I can kind of set her up in scenes a little bit more, you know, charismatically. But like I got to prototype that to even know what that needs to be. So I think us being super agile and like able to shift across different characters at different times just to sort of keep the train going, without having to just like clear one character at a time. Like obviously one character at a time would be way better for just ticking off the work and keeping things focused, but I just don't know if we're going to have the opportunity to deal with it that way.
I do have a small suggestion.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, just thought about now since we've been talking about it. But I feel like in chapter 1, we're focusing more on like enemies.
Yeah.
So we kind of already have this assumed context for how that works. I feel like characters in cutscenes, story characters, that's kind of like a different flavor of animation.
Okay.
And if we haven't quite got that context fleshed out yet, maybe we can try to have an enemy each that we can animate, just to fill in the gaps as well.
That's a really good point.
I don't know. Yeah, because you and I have been going through a bit of enemy design ideas. I don't know if we want to try to move towards maybe bringing some of those to life, and even in a rough state, just to having two different themes.
Certainly. Yeah, I agree. I think the best case scenario would be that we have our character work and our enemy work sort of both populating, generously simultaneously, and having you be shifting some of your energy off of character work and onto like enemy design and helping me implement them. That might be a good way of load balancing that. So I might even we might even have Morgan take up some more of these characters that you've got and have you more on enemies, at least for the starting frames for those.
Okay.
Just because like if the load balancing, if the bottleneck is we need enemies designed and prototyped so that we can animate them, and without enemies we're all just going to burn through the character budget too quickly, maybe just having us be 50% on characters and the other 50%, so like Morgan as 150 and you on the other 50, where you're helping me out on the design and laying down the tracks for the enemies. That might just save us from having nothing to do earlier on. I don't know if that's kind of in line with what you're suggesting, but I'll certainly need a bit of help.
Well, I'm not suggesting we'll have nothing to do, but it will just help balance it out a bit, like not too much pressure with rushing out like scenes or anything like that. If it should be at a more reasonable pace, I guess.
Yeah. It's for me like of course it would be very easy for me to just say, hey, let's just do like cutscenes for like 3 months and then we'll do enemies for like 3 months. But that I don't think that can happen. I think I just need to be dexterous enough to flip between the two midweek. So yeah, let's do that. I think that's a really good shout. I think if we can create animation runway for enemies as soon as possible, that will help us a lot. Cool. So maybe then, Luca, I won't delegate anything extra for you. Like whatever you're working on right now, we can talk about either off stream or whenever. And then Morgan, happy to walk through the laugh for Rekka, and then we can catch up. If you feel like that's enough for you, for the rest of this until like our next meeting, then that's fine by me. Otherwise, let me see if I got this thing somewhere. Hang on. Here. So our next meeting's Wednesday morning. If you feel like you need more guidance on that, you can just reach out and I'll appoint you something else to do as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have cool, Morgan specifically? Do you have any kind of like feedback for me or issues that you need help with or anything like that for, or even just like suggestions based on just your experience so far, or are you sort of happy to just keep going as you're going?
I mean, I haven't really had any issues at all. Like, I'm generally pretty self-sufficient to chug along with what you've given me, and if I have questions, I'll just send you the file.
Yep.
And I get an answer usually like within the day, and that's
Perfect.
pretty nicely streamlined for me.
Yeah, that's great. I'm happy that you're happy that way.
Yeah.
I guess if I was to give me feedback on sort of how things are going so far, I would say it'd be good if there was some way of, like, as you guys are working, to have like a bit more of a like a show and tell. Maybe once we've got these meetings set up, we'll just naturally adopt that. But yeah, in the last few weeks, again, communication's been hard because I've been out of the country. But I think you guys were sort of having like more initiative than I was prepared for, in that there was more work being done, and I was like, oh, I hope that like they get it right the first time, because otherwise, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to repoint. Like, I know, Luca, you went ahead and did like 3 or 4 different characters, idols and walks, and it was really good. But I was sort of like, if I maintained this level of communication with you and just let you go, you might be setting yourself up for having a lot more reworking to do. So I don't think we've got anything to worry about there. I think we're okay. Like, now that
It's been a bit of a slow start, but it's not your fault. I don't blame you or anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like I've been a bit slack as well. Like, being in Melbourne, I feel like I need to, really get back into it and be on
You've been
track.
slacking off, Luca. I'm not happy.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I was literally in Melbourne with you, so I can't really blame you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was cool hanging out, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be too neurotic about this. I feel like we're fine. Let's just give it a couple weeks. Let's get back into the rhythm and see how we go, and we'll revisit.
Yeah. It's games week and October. It's just,
And
this is what happens.
you're doing stuff for South by too, aren't you?
Yeah. I was going to mention, I am volunteering on Wednesday, so I might have to push that meeting.
Yeah, that's
another
okay.
time or even. Yeah.
That's all right.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. You and I can catch up separately if there's a day that you're free. We'll talk specifically about enemies and setting up a pipeline for prototyping animations and enemy designs. That's all good. I'll chat to Morgan on Wednesday.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, I think that's all for me.
Okay.
All right. No other questions or comments. Thank you all for meeting with me today. Happy Insignia Chapter 2 kickoff day to you all, and I'll see you all through the week. Okay.
Chat to you soon, Adam.
See ya.
See you guys.
Bye, guys.
Yay. Okay. Well, that was a good start to the stream. Okay. That was 20 minutes each. Those were pretty good paced calls. And I think it's good to catch up with everybody. CEO up on Hill in action. Dude, it's tough. It's so tough. But I'm excited to be doing this. I'm excited to be working this way. I think I'm like it's so important to me that I'm laying a good foundation for the team and not slacking off on being able to keep up with them, because they move so quickly and I'm always stretched in different directions. So I just need to make sure that I'm so organized so that I always am ahead of them. Now, talking very quickly about that organization. Actually, I'd love to talk to you guys about a couple things. Let me just step back in the context to the top of the tree. So we were talking about Play Now, and we were talking about PAX and GCAP and the AGDAs. So let's touch that conversation one more time. I had a really great time, chatted with some incredible publishers, like the biggest publishers, Game of the Year candidate publishers of 2025 Game of the Year. Games that came out this year that they published, I chatted with those publishers. Had some, didn't necessarily get like major positive or negative vibes from them because it's just a first time meeting, first pitch, gonna have to follow up with that stuff. Felt very self-conscious about the whole process, even though I think I gave a good pitch to each of them. I think I presented myself well, but not 100% sure where that goes because we're just starting out. There are 5 of us now, Natty time. Okay, coming back from being in LA and working with the Primogen and Tej and the whole rest of the Terminal crew, and also coming back and revisiting, pitching the game and catching up with other developers at GCAP and PAX. Some things that I've sort of digested being away from Insignia is no matter what happens, we need to be focused on pushing Insignia as a project forward towards something that is being marketed in the content creation, in the production of the game, and in general. I think that makes it more attractive to publishers, but it also gives us more space to, to align the business goals. Right now, I have this content creation thing about game evangelization that I do, teaching people how to do pixel art, talking about design. And then I have this game that I'm making. Those two things need to be one thing. And that thing that Insignia is, that I'm marketing, also needs to be, we need to always put more time into clarifying that. Like, is it the story that I want you to get excited about? Is it the mechanics? How do I digest that stuff down into the exact distilled proportion so that I know where to put the energy? Like, if the game is more of a Metroidvania and I care more about exploration and backtracking, then hiring our environment artist that I'm proposing is worth doing, right? Because it's like, well, we need a lot of landmarks. We need a lot more signposting. That's a big difference, right? That's like, throwing 20% of the resources of the project in a direction based on a genre decision, And the game has the game can do a lot of things right now, and it does do a lot of things. There is scope for that to be decreased or increased in different directions to load balance based on the capability of the team, my ability to actually guide that team. Like, it's not worth me picking an Insignia that we can't make, right? That's ultimately where we're at. At some point, if you're going to release something, you need to be able to make it. And so I've been a bit more critical in the last, couple of days since I was pitching to Devolver and Kepler and all of that. What exactly ought we be pitching? Like, I can say Insignia is an action exploration story, perfect balance, or I could just say it's an action game and make it an action game and not worry about exploration. And that might be easier for us to make, or it might be harder. The balance of what the team's capable of is just as important. And there are limiting factors that are even outside of the genre side. Some of it's just like, what can Adam do? What can Adam delegate effectively? If making story content proves to be too heavy all the time, maybe story should be de-emphasized. Maybe it's more about world building and feel. So that's happening on one. That's that's something that I'm dealing with. Which is important. If I'm going to lead the business, I need to be across all of that. It's also really important that we shoot some of the marketing bullets, like, we need merch. We need merch. I need for you guys to be excited about merch, because I think like what Insignia is deserves to be it. Whatever it is, if it's merchandisable, we're doing something right. Right? We're talking about character key poses in the animation chat. Okay, how does that extend outside of the game assets? The character designs. Are we doing an amiibo thing? Are we doing miniatures of the characters? Are we doing character t-shirts? You know, those kinds of things are really important. And we're in a place now where the game is almost, actually it was Kyle the kitchen hand, Penpal. We're almost at a point where the game is strong enough as a thing that can be demoed that I can turn my attention to these things. Like, you can't market something that you don't know what it is. So 3 years ago is too early to talk about this kind of thing. But there are things that I think have matured enough that I have a pretty good sense of, like, in the next 2 years, are these things going to get easier to make or harder to make? Are these things more central to what the game is or less central? One of the things that's really obvious as I direct the team, as I think about what you guys know about the project and where the marketing potential is, you guys don't know shot. You don't know shot about Hunden. You guys don't know anything about these guys. And these guys are like really cool and like really like merchandisable. It's a really cool part of what the game is the villains. So I would love to produce more cool art and content to inspire you to get excited about the game, but also to help my team who's building these characters and putting them in the game and writing music about these characters. So, like, who is Emperor Rex? You know, who is Cecil? Who is Kerr? These questions, and like, what, like, can you be a fan of Kerr more than a fan of Cecil? So why should some people be more interested in who Cecil? Like, all of these things, there's no story yet that you guys know about. I know about it. I'm super excited about it. But we got to tell that story. Yeah, a lot of you guys know about like me building a game, but you don't know about me writing a story. So we're going to write that story. Who is your Hunden Sona? I mean, there are different races. I mean, you could say, oh, I'm more of a Hithin type, or I'm more of a Hiran. That's not what we're aiming for. But yeah. So like, we were also talking about like a key artist. Like, I want to be able to produce this art because it's my world. I feel like I know what I'm trying to do here. Before we left for PAX and GCAP, I was starting to put together some of these things. So, where is it? There were these brand conversations we were having just before I left, around like, hey, what games and movies and TV shows and books is Insignia inspired by? And I want, personally, selfishly, I mean, the game is selfish, it's just me making my game, but also like, as a person, I want to build skills towards being better at this. I want to be able to draw this. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do this. And it's not something that I can delegate, because this is how the vision gets communicated to the team. I need to be able to communicate this vision one way or another. And if we want to keep the team lean, the ideas can't flow from my brain through some text chat to a concept artist who does all the concept work and then gives me back something that I then give to Morgan. I don't think that that might be too many steps unless we've got like a lot of money to play with and an extra producer. So me developing this skill in being a better artist will also make it easier for us to do merch, because I'll know what merch I'm looking to create and I'll just make it. That also then puts a constraint on the art style, which means that it has to be an art style that I can produce very quickly. I've decided, I think I'm going to go for flat colors like this. I think that that's going to bind the pixel art and the key art very, very well. Because I designed this guy, like the colors and how I molded this shape were exactly how I did the pixel art in Insignia. I'm just going to keep doing that. I'm just going to make it bold, flat, striking, no outlines, just cool colors and cool shapes. Assuming I can do that, this experiment is something I'm going to keep working on. Assuming that I can do that and get really quick at it, that's going to help us create more of that storytelling while developing the game. So that's just, I just think I need to be better I just need to be able to do this like so quick. All right. That's my mental dump. We need to take a break, and then we need to think about animation for characters in chapter 2 so that we can help delegate to the team for this week. There's so much here. And I'm excited about it. I think one other little tidbit that I'm trying to be mindful of is I cannot afford to be burnt out this chapter. The next 6 months, I need to be on like every single day. I need to be healthy. I need to be excited. And I can't do that if I'm stretching into roles that don't make me happy and excited. I need to be doing the things that I'm passionate about. And the game needs to be molded around that passion. It can't be the other way around. It can't be me saying, the game needs to be this and I hate doing it. That's not worth trying to do that. So I think being practical and intelligent about what goals we should be setting and where we should put our energy it's important, because that's where I started. I just chased my passion. That's how I'm going to end this. Okay? Now, a couple other things before we get too deep into our little break. I think that when I play Insignia Chapter 1, when I play the demo, I was playing it a little bit after through play now when I was pitching, and then after I was pitching, I was like sitting on my bed just like playtesting parts of it. And there were things that hey, thank you so much, Saravati. There were things that made me really excited and things that I think are problems. I love this world that I'm building. I love the art style that the game has. I love the way the game feels to run around in. And yet there will be challenges in constructing puzzles with this game if we don't put more energy into environment design. The weakest part of the game right now is the environment design, when it becomes too well, the way that the environments and the levels coach the player into how to think about the game. That needs to be so much better than it is to avoid people getting lost in what they're supposed to be thinking about, this is what I was thinking about sort of before today on the way home. It's really important that when a player walks into a room, they know what they're supposed to do in that room, and that the room is memorable, that when they're passing through the room, they know where it connects to, why they should be there again if they need to go back to the room. Right now, we lack a lot of that identity, but I also can't fixate on it. I think it needs to be something that we do our best, but don't spend forever on. That's a loose thread that I haven't tied up yet. We've talked about it. We talked about it as early as like the last playtest, right? I've actually had a pretty clear understanding of what I wanted out of the level design, based on the player feedback. We were talking about chunking things out. We were talking about environment art details. I still think we need to put more energy into that. How do you create landmarks extremely efficiently, memorable, exciting landmarks where things in the game happen? That needs to be solved. And also stronger enemy designs. Enemy designs where all of the animations that we produce get seen by the player. A challenge that we have right now in the way the game is structured, and this will be game breaking, is if you can just run at an enemy and attack them and then they're dead and you don't get to see all the work we put into the animations, that's a big energy loss. So there's good stuff here, but I think making the engagements more rigid in the structure, or more strongly structured, that's like making a character have a stronger silhouette. You know, this guy, I mean, he's a beginner enemy, right? He doesn't have to be perfect, but later on, it needs to be really clear the differences between the enemies, how they behave. They have to be hazards that are really clear. And just keeping that in mind as we work, the way that you attack an enemy, how it reacts to you, that stuff needs to be so diverse and different and strongly shaped that the enemy encounters are memorable and not just things that you slap around until they're gone. Because we put a lot of energy into those animations. I think that's everything. There's one more thing that I thought I'd share with you, and that is that yesterday I started working on a new stream overlay, totally separate to Insignia, in Unity. I have a Unity stream overlay project now. I got really far with it, actually. I got the webcam in, I got desktop recording in, I got chat in, I also got stream API data coming in as well. So we could probably create 80% of what's here in Unity already. The green screen is not as good as this one. I don't know how I feel about it yet. And obviously there's tons of things to do with transitions and different scenes. It doesn't do scenes yet. It's just like this view, right? Where I'm green screened, it's my camera, and then I've got the layout and I've got chat here. I'll be working on that in the sidelines while we're doing all the rest of the stuff I just talked about. Another little innovation that I'd like to focus on, now coming back to everything coming back to today, Pomodoro. We don't do very structured streams right now. I would like to introduce more structure to the streams so that you know what we're working on right now when we're taking our next break, and what we have worked on the rest of the day already, and what's coming up. You should be able to see that stuff. Every 25 minutes, half an hour, you should be able to see the stream's production schedule. You should be able to see it in the bottom left. This is what we're working on. You should also be able to see what we just worked on, what's coming up next, and how far along the current Pomodoro we are. I don't think I can do all of this stuff we've just been talking about if I'm not structuring the time. Many of you have already, on stream, we have the meme of Adam getting sidetracked. We have focus mode. We're going to make focus mode something that's closer to the default. Hey, Voidrin, start small. Pick a slice of your dream and make a little game about that one slice first and see how it feels to make that one little tiny piece, particularly a mechanic or an aspect of the game. Don't make your dream game first. Start with small, but work towards it. You need to know what it's going to take before you can start the journey. So having more structure is, I think, important. Okay, right now it's 3. All right, so we're going to be working on, for the next little while on stream, we're going to be working on Insignia Chapter 2 production. So that's going to be characters, their like key poses, and setting up scenes for, let's write it down, for like these 2 hours and then these 2 hours, or hour and a half. 3 hours left. So we're gonna work on lazy. So working on characters and key poses for animation runway. Well, part of it is that I want to be able to press a button and have the schedule appear on the screen as part of the overlay. Maybe that's an overkill. Maybe this is enough, but like it would be cool to start getting some like data, some formalized structure into this stuff. Like writing to files that then get read and then you guys can see it, making it a bit more interactive. I don't know. I was even considering like maybe we move all of this stuff to Notion so that I can pull in the Notion API. Well, you could do, like, for example, Pomodoro. I'd love for the stream to interactively be able to manage the Pomodoro. I'd love to have on screen a little timer and a little bar that fills up, like we did many years ago in Ludum Dare. I'd love to have that stuff be like more not interactive, but like part of the broadcast. You could do Pomodoro in Figma or whatever. I'm gonna say 25 minutes start, but I'd love for that to have like a title and like a thing in the stream. Also, can I just say, total side thing. Should I? I've been thinking a little bit about Linux. I've been thinking a little bit about Omachi since being with the Terminal crew in LA. Not as my main machine, but like maybe on my laptop. Like, is that Is Windows bloat? I don't know. Anyway, so we're also going to talk about characters and key poses for animation run. Wait, we're also going to talk about yeah, I don't have to tinker with Omachi. It's just like a little side thing. It's just like a thing that came up in my brain as I was watching the team work specifically on a keyboard. I just really like the keyboard focused navigation. I just thought it was like they were moving so quickly through the operating system. And I've never really considered how much I use the mouse and how like stop start the way that I work is. And you know, Windows is I'm not this is a hobby. This is not about Insignia. This is just like, never tried Linux. Could be fun. But let's move on. So, like I would love to move my entire production to open source software. That would be like aspirationally, I think that would be really cool if I could do that. Because I don't use Adobe. I don't really use Office. Like I use like a lot of what I use is either web-based or open source. So, and everything else is kind of like if we could move away from Unity long term and use Godot as an engine, or like roll our own engine like 5-10 years from now, that would be the goal. Like it's just to get away from shitty software that we don't really care about using. Okay, so animating, and then character key poses for animation runway, and then story setup for dream sequence. Okay, we're gonna be right back. Maybe 5-10 minutes, and then we'll get on. Maybe we'll do. I want to treat these like Pomodoro chunks. I want to start the Pomodoro thing now. So we'll be right back. Hello. Oh, they're selling the water tower on Zillow for 5.5 US. When we sell Insignia for 10 million USD, I'll buy the water tower and we can live there. I kind of wouldn't buy it, you know. It's super impractical. Hey, Alex Coppola. Welcome. Okay. So. It was good for content. So we're going to do like 3 Pomodoros. For these. That's 25 minutes a thing. I'm going to do like 3 key poses. Is that realistic? 3 character animations? I think so. And I'll do them all for Morgan. Okay. Let's go set up a timer. Is that? Oh, that's not looking very good. Huh. Excuse me? Hang on a second. That's better. Hey. Well, how do I pronounce that? Kirill Tregubov. Welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh, you're Spectra. How's it going, Spectra? Kirill Tregubov. Nateful says, hey Adam, just saw a post about this 3D pixel art game with 58k wish lists getting made, and I recall you talking about how this kind of AI pixel art wasn't possible a few weeks back. Was curious about your thoughts. I think I know this one. Let me have a look. Yeah, this to me is not that pixel art thing. It's just a different kind of game. Like, this is not that to me. This is a 3D game with a pixel shader. This is not a pixel art, you know. It's not this. Okay, we can't. Okay, that's a screenshot of a tweet rather than a link to a tweet. Could you tell me how much your game needs to raise to pay for development? Directly, I would say like 300k Australian dollars would get us over the line easily. But I'd like to raise more than that. Well, this is the thing. I mean, okay. We don't really have time for this. I'll spend 2 seconds talking about it. This thing here is almost impossible because it requires every single, not 3K, 300K. The problem here is that every single thing is pixel art, right? So if every single thing is pixel art, 1 second. Sorry, chat. If the player is standing here, and then you have your pathway, okay? Every piece of pixel art that you're watching from the camera's perspective, okay, needs to look like pixel art, which means it needs to be pixels, okay? And those pixels need to be facing the camera. We call this billboarding. Billboarding works fine for small things that are like decals, like a flower. Okay? A flower, fine. A tree, a big tree like this, starts to break down. Because now the tree has to face you as you walk past it. So this is going to look like it's swinging in space all the way around here. What's even worse is a building. Okay? A building like a castle in the distance. Or whatever. What happens when you're standing here near the castle? The whole castle has to face you. As you try to walk around the castle, the whole castle has to rotate to face you. It doesn't work. So now the castle has to be a skybox, right? It has to be part of an environment that you can't ever reach. So this is the playable level. This is where the castle is. You can't get there because it's really just part of a big texture wrapping the whole level. The castle is not possible to reach. So you're like walking up to like a zone, you go through some doorway, and then you load inside of the castle. So the problem is that like, none of these GIFs last longer than 3 seconds. Like this tree we just walked under. What does that look like when you look up at that tree? This is not that, right? So yes, the castle's in the skybox, but like, this is not pixel art. This is a 3D object, right? This wall does not look like what those games look like. This wall is just low poly with pixel art textures. That's fine. That's doable. You want to make a low poly 3D game? No problem. But that's not what this is. You know? It's just a different thing.
Desarrolladores, solo paso a recordarles que tienen...
Like, these are not 3D low poly textures. It's weird. This is like cards, right? Some of this is kind of doable. Like the grass, if you have lots of tiny little billboards, actually doable. It's just when you start to actually try to create structures. Right? There's a reason why we never get like this. We're getting closer to this, but the pixels are getting larger and larger. Some of it's okay, like, you know, depending on what you're trying to do. You know, it's like, I think that the thing that's really beautiful that all of those videos have in them is not achievable. But if you're just looking for a fantasy game with low poly aesthetic, that's fine. Like that's doable. So I don't know how many people actually, I don't know how much those 58,000 people's interest hinges on the game being like 2D pixel art Skyrim that you walk through in 3D versus like just a low poly game that has a dark fantasy aesthetic. You know what I mean? It's so different. I don't think players really understand those differences. I don't think it's like necessarily a scam. It's just like a different thing. You're just like getting something slightly different to what you think you're getting. You might anyway. You might be getting something different to what you think you're getting. So let's do some work. Okay, so Pomodoro. I think I want to do something here. I think I want to turn this light off. This is motive mix. Not sure about this right this second. I want to know if I can turn off. Okay. Hello, there we go. Okay, so LEDs. Oh, cool. We can make it colors that aren't going to trip off the... Nice. Not going to trip off the green screen. That's what I was hoping for. So this color can be like blue. And this color can be like a lighter blue. And this color can be like a lighter blue. Maybe we want to invert that so that this is the lightest blue. And this is the middle one. And this is the dark one. And maybe we could bring this in. Okay, maybe we can't bring it in. Maybe that's just stuck that way. Save it. Okay. So is that distracting for you all? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty cool. It's still green screening a little bit. Right. No. No. That seems okay. It's really not that bright. Testing, 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 testing. It's so bright. It doesn't, like, that's white, but it's actually blue. Let's try one more time. Oh wait, I can lower the brightness. The thing is, it's like, it's actually just like here, it's not bright at all. It's just that you can only really see it as not bright when I do that. Maybe I'll just pick a color and go for it, and we could just be happy about it, whatever it is. I'll just go for like a blue. See, that's no good. How's that? That's also no good. It's too bright. What do I gotta turn off to make this thing work? No, it's just... All right. Okay. Well, I can't really... It is bright. No, like I'm noticing like a lot of my content. It's not a reflection. I think it's just that it's like right. It's at the lowest brightness setting, but it might just be my camera's, the way I'm doing the filtering or whatever. It might just be that it's picking up a lot of color. Like it's not even, it's on like... Anyway. Can I turn it off? I suppose I could do this. Now it's just off. That's off. So I don't like that. All right. Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, it is the thing with these microphones, like have, you know, that's their whole MO, is that they've got this light strip on it. I just don't like it. But for now, I think we just keep it low. Okay. So, thank you very much. All right, so Pomodoro. Let's create a bunch of tasks. So this is like Rekka laugh. This is Are we doing the animations first, or is there a better thing? Hey, Castitardis. All right. Let's start with Wreck a Laugh and then Gallia Revision and then co-emote. 3 hours from now. I guess we can only really do 2 of these. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so current task is Wreck a Laugh. Let's do it. Now, I think I know exactly what I want this to be. Back on our production doc. Did I give myself a brief here? Deep Wired Love. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Exactly. Cool. So, record.ace. Cool. That was a Pomodoro is like it's like a system for managing time. So let's do this pose. I've been trying to really push these recently. Hello? There we go. Or maybe it should be like a ho ho ho. I think it should be like the full belly. Ha ha ha. Hands on hips. I think that's probably better. Hey, the Cool Square, how's it going? Trip was great. Very, very busy the whole time and very exhausting. I've been around a lot. The last couple of days. Last couple of weeks. Last 3 weeks. So, do you have to be artistic to design stuff like this, like on a professional level? I think so. I would say that's what I'm aiming for. But I don't think you have to be a professional to start. I just think eventually, you probably do want to be hitting that professional scale. Another way to think about it would be like, I would have to pay someone to replace me to do this. I couldn't just ask for someone to just do it for me for free. It's not that easy to do. Of course, everything is in degrees of difficulty and scale. It's not all professional. Some of it can be, you could do an amateur job, I guess what I would say is like, nothing is stopping you from starting. You certainly can't wait until after you're a professional to start trying. Hey. What color, Mumbler? All right, give me a sec. I'm wondering if it should be like a ho 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 or a ha ha ha. Oh, that's pretty good there. That's a really cool pose, man. I've gotten, the confidence has gone up so much in the last, I don't know how many months and years. It just keeps leveling up. I feel like the feet need to be like even further apart. No, this is just something that she does. It's kind of like an emoji that I'm creating for her. And a little emote to use throughout the game. Usually it's like a moment where she's sort of posturing proudly about something. Ha ha ha! So I'll give you a little bit of context. Rekka she's like the daughter of the emperor, and the emperor is a Hunden. He's like a dog man, right? They're like not human, but she is clearly human. So she spent essentially her entire life living among these like dog people, and in order to sort of keep up with them, in order to not be cast out as like a runt, she's had to be very strong. She's kind of like one of the boys in that sense. She's learned to fight like one. She's learned to, carry herself like one. And she's earned that respect for sure. But she still is who she is. And so at least a lot of this we'll be seeing at like the start of her, sort of when we first get introduced to her as a character. She's a deep character. She's not just a comic relief character or like a simple villain. But we're introduced to her essentially as a villain. She hates the humans. She has no sympathy or regard for them. How's my Pomodoro doing? 2 minutes. Nice. Cool. That's my Pomodoro. That's done. I think Oh, the eye open is actually kind of cute. That's more like an evil laugh. Ha ha ha. And the eye open almost like gives us a little bit of insight into like, she's like not, like she's kind of watching us to see if we buy it. I'll keep it happy. All right, done. I set the Pomodoros to be 25 minutes. Let's send this off. Okay. Cool. So, next Pomodoro. I guess we've already sort of started the break. Let's sort of just jump straight into the next one. Well, I've only just started using Pomodoro, so I don't actually know yet what's good for me. So Gallier, I'm not happy with him yet. This is who we've got right now. I just don't like him. He just doesn't, he's not set up in a way that is going to make it fun to animate him. So let's go and figure that out. There's a lot that's kind of like right about this, but also a lot that's not. He's kind of like designed to be in a chair, but I feel like if I'm going to do that, I need to design the chair with the sprite at the same time. So maybe we'll just go from scratch. Hey, Kobe Bell. It's going well. He's about 50 pixels tall. 48. But the sprite is much bigger than him. Like, the canvas is bigger than that, but he's about 48 pixels. You can see it there. 16, 32, 48. Maybe better to give him like a pillow that he sits on. I have designed every character that the team animates. Pretty much. No, what you do, Serpent, is design your game first. Think about the prototype of the game and make like just a gray rectangle for your character. Then later, think about, like, play with the size of that rectangle until you're happy with it on screen. How big is how small does the character have to be to fit in the game world? You know, what should a good screenshot look like of your game? And once you have a good screenshot, then of like the proportions, you know, maybe even take a couple games that you like and think about how they work. And then once you're happy with that, then you can think more specifically about exactly how many pixels tall your character should be. But it's not really, you're going to find that you're going to get into trouble if you just start drawing a character and then try to put them in the world. Because you might draw a character and the character's like, you know, say 70 pixels tall or 30 pixels tall, and then you put them in your game and they're too small. It just doesn't work. You have to know like what the game is and how big the hitboxes should be or whatever, depending on what kind of game you're making. If it's like an RPG, maybe it's not as important, but you still need to have a good mock-up. I use mostly the same colors, at least to start with, and then I always tend to change them as I go. No, it's not me. It's not a self-insert. So with the palette, like I keep the base of the palette always, but I often change what colors are in it per canvas. Like I'll, in this file, I might shift some colors around, but then all of the other files, when I fire up a new one, they'll have the original ones. So I'm always starting back at the same start point. That keeps it relatively consistent. His legs are supposed to look short sitting in the chair. I want him to look like a big baby. He's not a king, he's a lord, but he acts like a king, even if he's not the king. Hey, thanks for the follow. I didn't catch the username, but thank you so much. So somebody had a Clinkers redemption, and they said pink, and I didn't do the Clinkers redemption. I'm here. Are you still here? Mumbler. My memory did not fail me. Okay, let's have a look. Yellow. Uh-oh, sorry. Hey, OG Serpent, thanks for the sub. Of course you can ask. Yeah, this is Gallier. Gallier is the lord of Cheverton and the Chever region. He is the steward of the region. And he is essentially in charge of the largest army outside of the kingdom, or outside of the crown region. So there is a capital sort of region of the world, and then there is there are the outer regions. And Gallier, yeah, he leads the largest fighting force outside of the capital region. However, there hasn't been a war in a long, long time, and Gallier has been born into a conflict-free world, a world where he essentially has as much power as he wants and can use the taxes that he collects in whatever way he chooses. There's no repercussions for him. He's just free to do as he pleases. He's very theatrical, he's very poetic, he's very well spoken, he speaks very well, because he has a penchant for all things affluent. He likes using big words, he likes trapping people with logic, if he can. He's not a fighter, he's not brave, he's not... he doesn't value loyalty. He's just He's just interested in maintaining his power and using it to enjoy life. Because that's the life he's been born into. In this world, you know, hereditary success is everything. You know, if you were born somebody important, you know, an aristocrat, an oligarch, that entitles you to live life as you like. So that's the life that he lives. He's also something of a coward, though we will find this out later. I love that. I love that. You want to ask what Insignia is? As in, what is the project, or like what the Insignia is in the game? Broadly, Insignia is my game. It's my action-adventure title that I've been working on for a long, long time. It is a fantasy story that takes place in a world where humans share civilization with animal species. In this world, there have been centuries of peace following a great war between the Hunden, the dog people, and the humans, the human people. And in that time, all knowledge of magic has sort of fallen away from the world as technology and prosperity have kind of essentially rendered it a myth. The Great War that ended the previous age was one where magic was abused quite heavily to destroy an entire civilization. And the humans promised never to use it again in that fashion, and they allowed it to sort of fall out of knowledge and use. But in the time since, the Hunden, who were the losers of that war, have through famine and hardship kind of rebuilt themselves under the guidance of an emperor who has just recently set his sights on revenge in the human kingdom, against the human kingdom. How many minutes we got? 3 minutes. Okay. This is not going to be finished by then. Yeah, it's a. I mean, look, I'm very. The game's been in development for a long time, and I've only really just gotten to the point where I can sort of start telling this story this way. Mostly just because of how long it's been taking to get to the point where the story is the main focus of the development. It's been a lot of building systems and figuring out how to tell a story. Within the constraints of what this game can be. It's hard to do that. It's been very hard. But I think we're almost there. Now, I like this over this in that I feel like he should be a little bit more pale. But then now I feel like what is going on? What? Why are we using this tool? There we go. How do we do this with Armin? We made him much lighter, much fairer. And there goes my Pomodoro timer. I don't think we quite got there. I think maybe the hair coming down the front maybe could be another win. If we just make it like keep coming down. Yes. Immediately better. I'm really going for that Captain Hook vibe. Somewhere between like a judge, like a courtly somebody. I think we're much better than where we were. Could probably push this out by 1. He's just looking a little bit two-faced. If I take this color here, keep it indexed, and then just shift it slightly up so that it's not so egregious. I actually think making him more pink might be a good idea. Hi. Could I help you make a dog look better? I don't know if I could help you today, but if you stick around and earn some channel points, I could definitely do a redemption for it. Maybe another day. Yeah, I don't know if the Pomodoro is designed, if I should be using it to sort of stay focused, or if I should be using it just to sort of force me to move on. Because I can definitely focus on pixel art. That's not a big deal for me. It's more just that I think I need the context switching. I might just let this one go over. Like, as long as I'm not distracted, I think we're okay. I did make the palette. Yeah, I think don't let perfect be the enemy of good is pretty much where we are right now. So I might just, I know I'm not happy with it yet. It's hard to know when to stop. I feel like I do need to develop the concept further in order to move on. Because I can't give this to somebody. It's not ready to hand over yet. I think he just needs more gold elements. Maybe even a crown. Yeah, even like a seam or something down this way that helps us understand the structure of what his clothing is. Or a belt. These people didn't wear belts though. This sash is kind of interesting. I like that. I think the crown would help. He does have Robert Baratheon aspects here because their symbol is it's the deer. I just need to find a nice way to make this tiara work. Could give him kind of like Loki horns. I feel like the distinction here is not great because if the wig was like white, I think it would look really cool. But I think making the wig white's going to hurt us a bit. No, keep it black. Cool. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely push him like crazy proportion-wise. Maybe we got to come back to him. It's just been hard to, I think it's hard to like, pardon me. It's hard to design a character who's sitting down. He's always only going to be sitting down. What? Why can't I paste that? So weird. Save that as... Holy moly, please. Okay, getting there. I don't want to make him like too Jabba the Hutt. But definitely looking way better than he was. And you should have seen him originally. I actually think he was looking pretty good in terms of like the details were good. I had a lot of the right ideas. I just think the shading was too detailed. And it was looking a little bit flat. I'll keep him around in this frame, just for context. Oh, it's funny how I brought back the sleeves. Okay. Yeah, there are some interesting things here. This was very Henry VIII. This is more Captain Hook. There are some things that are going right here. I think I quite liked what was happening with this, the shirt open. Maybe we could do that. Just around the seams, there's just stuff that's not quite 100% right, but we're not bad. We're not far off. I also like this big medallion here. That's cool. Anyway, cool. We'll come back to it. Okay. Where are we now in our Pomodoro? It's now 4:56. I gotta take a break. So this third one is now, what are we doing? We're doing, I did write it down. Core remote. All right. Is that priority? Let's have a look. Let's think. You are here. I think so. I think Luca already put some work into this. Let's have a look before we go too far. I feel like I'm going too far. He posted some stuff. Oh yeah, it's back in the art page on our subreddit. Not our subreddit, our Discord. But I'm not sure where he posted them. I think he's up. I don't think he posted anything. I just feel like I shouldn't probably overstep if he's already working on something. I'll do something. I'll put something together quickly. I already told him not to do any more work. Yeah, okay. I do think I need a break. It's 5 now. How far did I think I was going to get? Nah, I didn't quite make it. All right. I'm going to do this one in about 15 minutes. I'm going to push this back one. And we'll do curl off. We'll start it here. Not 5. I'll take 3 minutes. We back. How many chapters are there? There are 5. I think I don't have time for this. This just goes into the task list. Okay. Instead, we just jump into the next Pomodoro. Trash that. Boat scene concept. Oh, we're more than 20% done. It's just that the game and the content are not aligned one-to-one. There's a lot more game than there is content. There's a lot more to making a game than just the content. Okay, so right now we have to set up stuff for Morgan. Let's think about it. I don't know if Pomodoro is a great space for this, but we'll just do it. As long as we use the last like hour and a half of the stream to do this, I think I'm okay. Oh no, we had another Pomodoro. If we were going to 6:30, we had time. We totally had time to do the laugh. Do you know what? I'll leave it to the end. I misunderstood what I was doing here. We were doing fine. Okay. So, story setup for dream sequence. What this is a part of the game where we're trying to describe mood, and this is mostly for music composer Morgan. We have done a little bit of stuff for this in the past. See if I can find this thing. Okay. So, music-wise, I mean, I feel like we could use a lot of this already. It might be valuable for me to start thinking about tile sets for this space. I don't really know what I'm going to do in this Pomodoro. I'm sort of just, I guess, coming up with concepts. Just continuing this whole thing. I love the blue. I think blue is like dead on where we need to be. Okay, this yellow is really nice. But I think this is really cool too. And if we can just sort of spread between them, there's a bit more warmth I think we can extract out of this. Hey, I'm working on concepts for a new chapter in my game. But it can't all be blue. We need some of the warmer tones in there too. So let's take this and this and this and see if we can get some like earthy brown in here for like timber and stuff like that. Yo, thanks for the follow. I didn't see who that was, but thank you so much. Yo, thank you so much. The nameless I missed it again. Nameless somebody. So, we're in a good spot here. Let's see if we could just turn this into like a ramp. Dude, I got some horrible trolls on X this morning. Someone was saying some disgusting things to me. Completely unsolicited too. I didn't say anything to them. I don't even know this character. But Jesus, they really didn't like me. Which is, you know, it's not very nice, but what can you do? You just sort of have to say, okay, this person's sad. Yeah, it's a very weird environment. I don't know what happened. Like, I guess, well, I know what happened. We all know what happened. But it's some of the things that, I don't know, not just things that get said, but like just general attitudes are like really weird over there. It doesn't feel like a place where like real discourse is happening. It just feels like a place where like people are trying to make other people feel things. You know what I mean? Like it's not like there's not like real people there. Yeah, I mean, I do use Blue Sky as well. Not as much. I think because I've got a community. I've got like a following on X from when it was Twitter, and I feel weird about ignoring it. But whenever I go there, I feel bad. Like I don't feel good when I open up Twitter. It's still a very popular platform. It's not one I like being around. Okay. How far off of our colors are we? Okay, not bad. That dovetails quite nicely. Those seem like they're very similar. I haven't been desaturating him, no. I like to keep him solid. Do I think leet code is relevant to one's day job? I don't really do leet code. I could see it being good for mental dexterity, but I think most jobs require a skill set that's pretty straightforward. And learning about your job is the best thing for your job. You know what I mean? Like using the skills as they are needed rather than just like mental fitness is good, but like, you know, being a front-end dev and a game programmer or a graphics programmer are so different that like using leet code isn't going to help any of those people do that specific job, you know, and the kinds of problems that you solve a lot of. Like, are you doing a lot of data structures work, or are you doing a lot of like, you know, very specific memory stuff? Like, what is the how often are you coming across novel problems versus like learning to recognize very specific problems that you've solved before? A lot of that has to do with, I think, whether or not those things are valuable, but I could be wrong. Like in game programming, a lot of it is like, which simple data structure do I need right here? Which pattern do I use? And it's not like find a pattern that's never been designed before. It's like, oh yeah, this is like, I definitely need like a stack here. Or like, this should be a singleton. I need to object pull this. I'm a little concerned about when I do this, like if I think about it, right? It's all a ship. So let's just say I'm drawing the ship. Ba, 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 ba. And then it's like, okay, how do I get to the colors that I want for purples? I'm guessing I'm jumping across. I don't think it should be that bright. Like this would be a very well lit room. I think the solid blue is stronger. Something about... The thing is, it can't just be solid blue. I guess if I was to like just take our normal brown and then do this. Well, I am using desaturated purple. It's more just like what do I want to express here? Like I want more color depth. The question is like, how? Because I can, you know, like you can throw in a Unity light and that's fine. I think I just want to get as close as I can to something that looks well, like it was deliberate, like it was lit with a set of, I want something whose art was baked with a certain amount of light that was deliberate. Right now, it's just like, there's no light source, it's just the moon or whatever. If I was to put like a light on a wall or something like that, what would that look like? Well, this is what I'm saying. Like if I was designing this by hand, I'd probably light up a lot of this room. That's looking pretty good now. And there goes my Pomodoro timer. That does look good. I think the question needs to be now, like, what do we want to do with the light? Like what are the spaces and how do we want to use them? It's a little bit tough because I don't have any level designs for this yet. I don't have any mechanics. I don't have anything, but I'm trying to add music to something. I know what it's supposed to feel like. Like I know kind of generally what this space is. I guess I haven't done that much thinking about this space. In terms of like whose ship it is. I think that's really important. Like I haven't designed any, like this is actually, it's technically a Hunden ship. So I haven't really even designed it yet. Yeah. Okay. I think it might be time to start designing it. I did design it when I drew the poster art for the game, but I think somehow that file got corrupted. Which is really annoying. Hmm. Yeah. Pretty annoying. I think that some of these might be on my laptop, but that laptop doesn't have a charger. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, really annoying. File's just gone. Okay. Let's make a new one. All right, I think I know what I generally want this to look like. One sec, pals. Yo, thanks for the follow. I missed it again. Keep it on the road. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Cool. It is an airship, that's right. That's right, my game has friggin' airships. So, the idea is that this thing is got to be big enough to be its own dungeon in Insignia. Which means... Yeah, I know, it's crazy. So we need at least like 3 floors here, realistically speaking. Maybe we have like another row of... We just gotta get the scale kind of right. Doesn't have to be perfect, but better to get it closer. Cool. Yo, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I can't read your names. They're too small on my screen. Hey, Sunset, thank you so much for the sub. Okay. London ship. Saved. So, now I'd like to take this concept. How big is this? Very big. Bom dia. Olá. Hello. Make simple things. And build up slowly. If you start with really complicated things, it's just gonna hurt. Do I ever produce music? I have done. If I'm doing like a game jam, I often do the music for those. I used to produce a lot more than I currently do, because I have a composer on Insignia at the moment. So she's doing most of it. But when I'm, like, I think what's happened is, like, there was a time where I was producing a lot of music and I had no one listening to it. And I was happy about it because it was all just me, right? It didn't matter if it was good or bad. Then I started getting good, and that doesn't mean I was good, but I was like improving. And I think I got to a point where I had improved enough to be self-conscious about it. And then I got imposter syndrome, and then I stopped making music. And now, because I've been producing so little music for so long, that I think I've backslid a little bit. Yo, thanks for the follow. Chapter 2 is going well. I think I feel so much more confident about what we're making. Not that I didn't before. Like, I've had the vision of chapter 2 and chapter 3, and the game has been essentially what it is for, I want to say, like 7 years, pretty much, in terms of like what the story is. That such that, like, I don't really, all of the stuff I'm doing right now, it's like I'm just putting the pieces together. I'm not having to think about what the pieces are. And I'm actually so, it feels so good to be in a position where I'm not really doubting my efforts at all. I don't have to worry about like whether or not I'm good enough to do this stuff, because I feel quite confident that I can do all of it. So I think it's going well. The thing I'm most concerned about is balancing it all. The team and everything, making sure that they have enough pace and that I'm providing them enough work. That's pretty much it. And then that the work isn't going to waste. It's more of a production question, because I'm not really a producer, but I need to be the producer on this project. We did a stand-up. You can check the VOD. It's there. Yeah, we're actually doing it. Hey, Void Plane, thank you so much. Let's go. Like even this, like I've never drawn an ocean before. I've never done this. It's coming along great. Like, I don't know. I just think there are things about art that are starting to click for me. I'm starting to like understand what I'm trying to do a little better. Most of it's just practice with other areas and just understanding, like, I don't know, like it's mostly like a maturity thing, like understanding design a bit better. Not just like how to render a specific material or something, but like how to compose an image. It is an airship. Who says it can't be both? Watch. And then... Although I didn't draw the bottom yet. ¿Por qué no los dos? And there's my Pomodoro. Sorry, one more time. I mean, you should, everybody, like, cool things don't become less cool just because you're an adult, you know? Like, of course I love giant pirate ships flying in the night. Is this your villain arc? No. No. That's cool, man. That's cool. If I had to modify it, you know what I would do? I would take all of this, I'd shift it down. I would take all of this, and I would literally just go like this. Just give me more of that, buddy. Oh, it's cool if they look like barnacles. The portholes. And then I really have to make this railing way narrower. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Like pirate fantasy has been done, but like it's never been done like the way that I would want it to be done. Like I love Treasure Planet. Also, I hate Treasure Planet. Do you know what I mean by that? Like it's great, but it's so flawed. Not that I have the cinematic chops to capture the things that it does right, but like it just doesn't need the robot. You know, just like get rid of that robot and you're like 20% towards having a better film. He's the Jar Jar Binks of the film. Not the thief. What's it called? Is it Ben? What's his name? Like, it's just like the like comic relief character that totally just destroys the vibe of the movie. And it's like, it's Martin Short, I think, who plays him. It's like, it's also like I feel like what's the word? The character that he is and his flaws, like the concept of the character slows the movie down a lot. This idea that like, oh, if only I had my memory circuits. It's like, please, like, this movie could be fun if you just didn't exist. Like, it's such a dumb, annoying side plot. I think if I was to ever be like a writer, I think I know how I would have fixed that. Like I think I can sort of understand why I don't like it. And I understand why it's in there in the first place, but I think I could refute it correctly. So like what they're trying to do is slow the film down a little bit for the sake of giving us some contrast between the like previous high point of the nebula exploding, the star going supernova, and the actual high point of the film. They're trying to like create some distance, and that's fine, except it puts us in a space where we no longer have a good grasp of what the objectives are of the characters. And when you put an audience in a space where they had an objective, they had an understanding of the sense of what was happening, and now you've taken it away, you can't replace that with something as banal as a robot that's lost its memory. Like, it needs to be stronger than that. And if you can, like, why not just bind it to the actual, like, the stakes have no reason not to be directly related to whatever we were already caring about. You don't need the audience to care about a new thing that's separate. You can make the side plot thing relevant to what we're doing. This is what I think a lot of Star Wars actually has this problem. The Phantom Menace is riddled with plot that we don't care about. Like, it's important that we understand why we care about certain things. And when you like have stuff that you want people to care about, you have to communicate to them why they should care about it. And it can't just be explained. It has to be in terms of stakes with drama. Like drama that we care about because we care about the characters. That's what, we're people and we care about people. If there's a trade embargo that's stopping a whole civilization from being able to eat. That's what the Phantom Menace is about. It's about a trade embargo that's stopping people from being able to survive because they're being literally like attritioned on their own planet. Like they're going to starve because their planet is now sanctioned against. It's literally tariffs. There's like a trade blockade. That's what Phantom Menace is about. A trade blockade that's threatening a monarchy. If you want us to care about that, like you really have to sort of make it about the people who live there and what's happening to them. And it probably shouldn't be about attrition, because that's a thing that takes a lot of time. And the movie spends a long time. The middle part of the movie is about a completely different planet with completely different stakes. You know, the Anakin Skywalker sort of subplot. That could have been the whole movie. The fact that we care about Naboo is like the only reason it's there is because we're told about it first. You know? But like dramatically, Naboo doesn't... Is it Naboo? Is that what it's called? It doesn't deserve to be in the plot based on like where the emotional value is in the story. As soon as you give us characters that we care about and give us stakes that relate to those characters, the emotional drive goes way up. And now it's like, oh, this little boy, he wants to be a pod racer and he's special and we're going to teach him how to be a Jedi and da, da, da. It's like, that's way more interesting than like the statistic of, oh, these people, there are ships waiting outside the perimeter of the atmosphere and they're going to maybe do something that is going to be dangerous. I don't know. They're not going to let stuff trade. Like, it's just too abstract. You have to give us like real problems of real people. And the people's problems can still be the same problems that you want them to be. You just have to make it like a little bit clearer why, like, who is the person who's suffering as a result of this trade embargo? Who are the people that are suffering? And the whole thing about Amidala and her like identity being hidden, that doesn't help because we're being kept at arm's length from the key person whose stakes are, you know, at stake, whose life is at stake. Now, so here, like the way that I show you planks, it's literally just horizontal lines. Here's a trick. Here's the thing. Put a couple edges inside. Now it's a plank. Do you know what I mean? So all you want to do is show examples at the scale that you're looking for. This is a concept, so it doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, the fact that it's not perfect, I think makes it read a little better. But all I would do is this. That's planks. Just cut in every so often. I still think we could go deeper here. Yeah, the crazy gradient nightmare is, it's not worth it. It's never worth it. Players don't care, and they don't, and like, all you're doing is drawing their attention in the wrong direction when you do that. I did that for years. The thing is, what I'm trying not to do specifically is do the Owlboy pirate ships. They're so good. They're so good. And they've got the big skull figurehead. Look at that. It's freaking so good. And I can't do it. I don't want to. Don't make me. But I still want personality. I want the personality. I don't want to copy what they're doing. So I think maybe I'll try something more like claws. Like, it looks like a rib cage, but I like that too. Well, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to give it something that's got the Hunden vibe to it. Chris Foss spaceships he made for Jodorowsky. No. Well, I think ribs and claws. I'm happy for it to be like a little bit ambiguous as to, like, you could see them as both. I don't really know how to like connect them to the ship, but oh, these are crazy. I'm definitely not going for like full sci-fi. And I think the organics, probably not where I'm trying to go. Like, I think I want to keep it pretty like a dog's version of an 18th century galleon is kind of what I'm trying to do here. We could go instead, hey, what if we take these? And instead of claws, it was teeth. I just gotta get it right. Hang on. It could open up. I still like this one a little better, but let's just see if we can make this work. I don't know what this white shape could be, but yeah, definitely bigger. Can we do one more sail? A banner? It's like a red carpet. Oh, dude. Make it a little more menacing here. Hang on. The only thing is, I think this is too swordfish. We would have to make it more of a dog's face, which means shortening this. Thanks. It might be too much. Like, we might have gone too far. We could put this further forward. Oh, with cannon? With a giant cannon at the front? Dun, dun, dun. I think the right way to solve this from here would be basically take what we've got and then make it look more like a ship over and over and over again until we're back at something that looks like a ship that has dog proportions and the elements match a dog rather than a ship that's now a dog. So like it's like, what could these be functionally? That's what I would do. Like maybe they're lanterns. Yeah, my concern there would be like the game's story doesn't really have like combat, naval combat. So like even if we could come up with a design for it, but like there's no like ship mechanic in the game. I still like this a lot. Maybe we could do something where we take this and we go, okay, let's take all of this and go up to here. There's no ship mechanic yet. There's no ship mechanic yet, Elzak. That's pretty good, you know. I'm actually pretty happy with that. Dog head, capital letters. Yeah, it's got to have that upturn, and the eyes have to be back and above. Oh, thank you so much. You know, I am getting better at this. I think I'm getting better at it. It's just confidence, you know, in design and whatever. So maybe we push this out. Oh, we could have the upper deck start higher. Yeah. Definitely, it opens. This is the same concept. 100%. If it's ever gonna have a mouth, then it needs to be able to open and close. Hang on, one sec, pals. Oh no, it's all good. And the ears. I feel like we could do something with like a sail. Maybe from here, coming this way. Maybe this is a little too silly. I think proportion-wise, we're not like too far off. But I think we would probably just want to take this and move it more like this. That's better. No, that's not good. Maybe shorter. You know what? I still like this a lot. I think this eye looks kind of goofy. Oh, yeah. I still like this one, I think. Somehow, I still like it. I think it's that the proportions were more fun. Let's go back to this and let's just rescale things a little bit. Yeah, this is not... The thing is, this is supposed to be scary and menacing. It's not supposed to be goofy. This isn't like dogs trying their best. This is like horrifyingly efficient. Like this is the only airship in the world, basically. Oh, I like that though. Like a basket. We just gotta not go so far as to enter pig territory. Okay. So now let's just ask the question, how the hell does this thing open? Like this? Like a separate piece that just opens up? No, it's not alive. It's because... I could see it. We need a huge bolt here. But I think to make it aerodynamic, you'd have to still do this. Still got to have the angles be right. That's pretty good, man. I'm starting to really like that, actually. And then I think we just need to balance this. So that this sits kind of in the center of this. And then this whole bit sits way further back. And then this goes here. Could even pull this down a little. Cool. I really like that. I wasn't sure if I liked it at all. I was really in love with this. And here I was thinking pretty goofy, but here I'm back into it. I like it again. What we need now is to be able to take all of this and put it here and have it not that obvious that it's a dog. There we go. So the reveal of the mouth needs to happen at some point in the story. So like the I mean, it can't be, it sort of has to sit in the bay like this. Maybe it transforms, when it's closed. This could be more straight. And then when it opens, then these come down. So crazy. What am I doing, guys? Chat. Pals, what am I doing right now? God's work. Cool. Oh, that's really cool too. That's a great idea. What an idea. That is crazy. That is crazy, chat. Pals. Wow. Well, that is certainly novel. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The red carpet banner out the front is something I'm very proud of this innovation. The only thing that I'm not 100% on is I had this vision of there being a moment where there's actually always been an airship. You might not know this. Insignia has always had an airship. I just never got around to drawing it. So so there's a moment in chapter 3. You guys are gonna love where this game goes. there's going to be a moment in chapter 3 where at this location, there's a boss fight up here. I'm just going to tell you what happens. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a boss fight here, which is at the top of this. Okay? And this ship comes into the equation sort of in the boss fight. I still haven't figured out how to make it work logically, because there's just one. This is just one ship. There's a big question where I don't know yet whether there's going to be more than one of these ships, and I don't know whether the ship at the end of this boss fight flies east or west. East or west. I don't know which way it goes. And that's really important because it means that the villains are going to be in a specific spot at a specific time, and I need to solve that problem. So we're going to get there. We're going to figure it out. I just don't have the answers just yet. I love the idea of this ship appearing. There's a moment where, so this is what I was trying to say before, and don't tell anybody you've seen this, okay? Don't tell anybody that you've seen this next part. But we were doing some storyboarding for a trailer, and that trailer the storyboard was so much longer than what we shot for the trailer, what we created for the trailer, that there are tons and tons and tons of like extra stuff that we never got around to. Stuff that'll be in the game, but that doesn't yet have it's not represented anywhere. It's not going to be in the trailer. So it's this moment where it's a big document. Let me close a bunch of stuff. Okay. You see this guy? He's on the ship. And he's gonna get some things that he's trying to get. He's got all the Infinity Stones. And he's getting away. So is he going to be here when that happens, or is he going to be here? When he flies past the camera. In his big ship. I don't even know if I have the graphic, but it was such a good one. I might have to just redraw it. It was so good. We're actually talking about chapter 3 stuff right now. This isn't even chapter 2 related. But there are scenes that happen to do with the ship in chapter 2, which is why we're drawing it now. Yeah, it's not even, I don't even think I have it anymore. Shame. Yeah, it's none of this. None of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. All right, I'm just going to draw it really quickly. Imagine something like this. Yo, thanks for the follow. This is the boss arena. Okay, ready? Not quite, not quite, not quite, not quite. I drew him too big. There we go. In fact, not quite, not quite, not quite. There we go. So like, and you have to watch them go by with the thing you were just fighting over. They got away. I think that worked. That worked for me. Yeah, I've mentioned it before. Smoke effect. Oh, that's a cool idea too, Elzak. I just caught what you just said then. I gotta go, pals. This was so fun. This is the stuff that I want to keep streaming. I just want to keep doing this all the time. Yeah, imagine we're like... If there's a cannon, for sure, dude. For sure. Yeah, Elzak is in YouTube chat. I'm streaming also on YouTube, and Elzak is in chat there. Cool. All right, I gotta go, pals. This has been awesome. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I didn't quite do what I was supposed to do the last hour, but we made a cool ship. So that's a win. Thanks everyone for checking out the stream today. You should definitely wishlist Insignia. You gotta wishlist it now. You know there's gonna be a giant dog flying pirate ship, so... What other games have that? Cool. All right, let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Oh, that looks... Dude, the thumbnail. The thumbnail. That's why we got 218 people in this chat right now. Let's raid... Let's not raid them. We're a wholesome stream here. Toggle bit. All right. Thank you. It was a pleasure. That's the stream. We'll be back tomorrow. Actually, we'll be back for a couple hours tomorrow. I've got the event of the year in Sydney is on, and it's game related, and someone that I value very highly, who is a great addition to the Sydney game dev community, is hosting it. It is Waypoint Constellations. I'll be there tomorrow. So that's from 5 p.m. I'm going to leave here at 4, which means I get like maybe 2 or 3 hours of streaming. So I'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. See ya.